I don't want to do green. I'm over green. I'm sick of green. I don't want to paint any more green orcs. So we're going to go with the Magar kind of colors from Warcraft. The like brown, the orangish brown skin. Those of you with a keen eye might notice that this guy looks like a certain dude who swings a hammer of doom. All right, so I want like a nice deep reds for the shadows, and then we'll go through a more neutral kind of orangish browns up to sort of yellowish skins. We don't want to do we don't want it to quite look human. It needs to be like slightly off. So something about so the royal brown, you can see, has like a nice like deep kind of burgundy color. We'll mix just a little of the cavalry brown in there. Of zenithal, so the royal brown has a bit of transparency to it, or quite a bit of transparency to it, so it's going to show through a lot of those shadows underneath. And see if I apply like such. You can see just how much of that white shows through. So similar into the way that you might like tone a canvas. I'm going to do the same thing here, so we get these nice like super deep rich reddish brown shadows, and then we'll build the light of the skin up from there, and we'll start working some different tonalities into the skin. But first we just want to get a rough color pass. I could have done this with the airbrush, but I figured I'd show you that it's quite easy just to apply a thin layer with the brush also. I'm not worried about getting it on any of his necklace or the bone. I can go back. I'll go back and cover over that stuff later. How's everyone doing? Doing good? we'll use some of this tone to just kind of tone everything. Byronic. And what is that? Flea bidding? The plan is to do his beard like a super dark brown, so getting some of this brown on there now is fine. Untamed Narwhal. Hello. Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Paint them stitches. Channel your inner Mark. All right, so we've got a rough pass of all the brown, right? Now we can start building some actual opacity on top of it. So I'm going to grab the royal brown, the cavalry brown, and a bit of this, I don't know what it, neutral brown, bestial brown, something like that. Just to give a little light to it. And we're gonna, this'll smooth out some of those nasty brush strokes we got because of the transparency, but also start to build some of the volumes back in. Now, he's got a ton of little wrinkles and scars, right? I don't want to focus on painting those yet, okay? Those are what I would refer to as little micro volumes. Right now, I'm only interested in the larger, the more predominant volumes of the face. Then as I work through, I can start to build up those smaller volumes. Hola, Danny. Tenemos muchos españoles en el chat esta noche. Ciao, Maso. Sorry, I don't speak Italian. Okay, right. So now we've got kind of rough idea of where the lighting is going to be. We want to give him some pretty deep features. Yes, I'm going to Monty this year. I will be there for sure. Legion of Gray Plastic, hello. Welcome. Hi, Mose. Monty is my favorite trip of the year. Of course I'm going to go. Well, come up and say hello. Just look for the really tall guy, you know? You can't miss me. Oh, Monty is a very small town. I think like 5,000 people or something like that. The miniature show basically takes over the whole town. John Tinfool, hello. Okay. So now we can start to really add some of, so this is kind of a weak color compared to the cavalry brown. But we're going to keep building up the light. This is Artist Opus 6. It's pretty big. Let me see if I have something to compare it to. Let me see. Here you go. So Artist Opus runs pretty small. This is a Windsor 3. And this is a Artist Opus 6. So you can see, do I have a Artist Opus 3 somewhere? Yes. So, and there's an Artist Opus 3. Right? So they run one to two sizes smaller, probably 2 sizes smaller than what the numbers on the brush is. So if you're used to a certain size in like a Winsor Newton, go like 2 sizes up in an Artist Opus. So this brown is going to be our true middle value, right? This is the true mid-tone. This is the color I want his skin to appear. And then everything from that is going to be a bit more red in the shadows and then a bit more yellow in the lights. But this is also where I can start to, after this is where I can start to define some of those smaller volumes. Right? In an area, I've talked about this before, but you can use midtones as shadows in areas of light, and you can use midtones as highlights in area of shadow. So if we get this as our true midtone, this can be the value used to define some of the smaller shapes in the shadow areas. You know, his like mini wrinkles on like his jaw back here. This might be as bright as I go. But then on like his forehead, which is what's going to get the most light, this might be the shadow tone. Hi Torbjorn. The sculptor is in the chat. Feel free to post the link to the Kickstarter anytime. But yeah, so I gave a link to it, but I have not really talked about it. This is a upcoming Kickstarter next Tuesday, right? So little less than a week from today. Hi, Nicholas. Nicholas is doing one of the box arts. I believe Heroni Carmona. Sorry, Heroni, if I pronounce your name wrong. You're also Catalan, so it might be slightly different. But yeah, so it's all like academic style figures, good for teaching workshops on or just practicing on, right? Just practice. This is a great figure for just like practicing weird skin tones on, because an orc, you can basically paint whatever the heck color you want. And there's a nice figure for practicing non-metallic. There's the bigger one Nicholas did that's got a lot of skin also. And what's the fourth one? I'm forgetting one. So this is a great figure for facial volumes. And then so practicing weird different skin tones and different facial small little volume work. And honestly, they're hello, Allison, Silverhair, and Captain Caveman. Captain Caveman. These are some of my favorite kind of figures to paint because I can basically like finish a figure like this in a day, right? In an evening, sitting down to paint a figure of this size, and I don't feel any like stress about it. There's not like tons of little details to paint, so you can really just have fun, kind of get loose with it, and just really enjoy the process instead of having to sit here and try and paint hyper refined little details. Guys, I missed the back of his ears. Why didn't anybody tell me? Right, okay. I'm gonna switch. These are pretty similar. I'm gonna switch to the leather brown. It's got a little more coverage. It's slightly more yellow for my next light. All right, so lighting wise, I want like the light to be like this, right? Kind of forward on his face, not like straight from above, slightly in front. So I can sketch where the main light is going to end up being, right? So it's going to be like right on his forehead right there. That was also, right, so I was talking about some of these smaller volumes. Now is when I can really start to think about some of the smaller shapes on the head. And I'm doing these kind of lines. I don't mind this sort of texture on an orc. It gives a very leathery finish to the skin. Now, as I go to like blend this together after the sketch, it's going to soften it some, but it at the beginning, right, you get this underlying texture of very rough, leathery skin, which I think works quite well on a character like this. Continue to build up some of these volumes. Define the cheekbones. Now there's a ton of really small volumes around the eyes. So that's going to require quite a bit of refinement work later. We'll call this, I guess, the muzzle here, his upper lip and nose is also going to get a lot of light on it. And basically the most light is going to be like pushed up into this corner to really give them a scalp. So now you can see is on, instead of going sideways, which is like the way the wrinkles on the forehead would run, the mouth, I'm kind of following the sculpted lines towards the center of the mouth. So he's like, give him a good. Polly Schlamazel. Yeah, I got it right. Polly Schlamazel. Hello. Hi, nameless guy. Welcome all the new people to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, thanks for the Prime sub also. Appreciate it. Immediate follow and Prime? Do I know you? Right, so you can see it starts to kind of form a very skull like shape, right? Orcs have a very skull shaped facial features because of the like very sunken cheekbones and the shape of their nose, but we kind of follow along with that, which is one of the things that gives them a very aggressive appearance. I'm just going to go grade. Thanks. That email, he's a pretty okay guy. I don't know about that Lucas guy though. He doesn't follow me on Instagram. Hey man, I know some leet speak. I can read leet. I grew up in the days of dial-up and AOL Instant Messenger. All right, so you can see now it's starting to pick up some of that yellow, almost greenish feeling that you get when you, because there's such this strong red undertone to everything. It almost gives this yellowish, a slightly greenish feeling, right? So we don't want to dip into like really true skin tones yet. We want to avoid using those except for things like the ears, nose, and lips. So now I'm going to transition into some of this yellow oxide, or is this some kind of yellow ochre, right? And really start to put in some of the lights now. Right. So by switching from red to this kind of yellowish tone, the overall feeling is going to be very brownish. She's got a 28.8K modem. SVGA graphics card. $128 megabytes of RAM. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, good on you. Quoting a movie from the 90s. One of the greatest movies of all time. If you guys need a hint, I'll give it to you. Wait, your acid burn? Nobody? Just me? All right. Such amazing characters as Serial Killer, Crash Override. There you go. The Citizen Kane of the 90s. All right, so we don't want his temples too dark. So we're going to lighten them up a little bit. I can actually name most of the facial features, most of the names of features of the face in Spanish. I don't know what do you guys have a name for these? For this right here? ¿Cómo se dice? See? So you feel that little bit of green in there? It starts to become green by contrast. Giving him a slightly unnatural skin tone. So I'm not too focused on the ears, some of the smaller stuff at this point. I'll put a highlight on just the top, or a mark just on the top, just so I can kind of see them. But so we'll continue to add more light. Thing. It's not truly green, right? But it has that greenish feeling to it. Because you can see when I put it on my finger, right? It's definitely not green. To be fair, Torbjorn, I'm considered pretty fast amongst other painters, so I don't know. I don't think I'm the I know I'm not the fastest. I still think, well, I know Trent's faster than me. And Alfonso can definitely sketch faster than I can, but he says I can, like, refine faster than he can, so... I guess to get to a finished model, I'm faster than he is, but he can do a sketch much faster than I can. Okay. So, got there. Now we need to start adding even more light to it. Now we can start to play with like a little bit of proper skin tone and maybe some, but we want to add some slight amount of yellowish to it. So I'm going to take some of this, and I'll use that later for like the skin and ears and nose also to make them feel a little more skin tone-y. But we want like a nice like bit of yellowish too. Something slightly more yellow. So I'll grab toxic yellow, which is basically ice yellow. They're pretty close. This might be slightly more yellow than well, that's German yellow. Ice yellow might be a little more white. So I grab these and a little bit of that and a little bit of that. And you can still see it's quite yellow. And now we're getting close to what will be the true highlight color. So we have to do, now that's a pretty large leap in value. So we'll have to do quite a bit of blending to bring that back down, but it will make sense. When I'm trying to move up to these like really light values, I often like to overdo it and then glaze it back down to unify it with the skin, just because it makes you get a more like rich tone trying to shading back down, like a more saturated tone than trying to do it the other way. Like I could do like 9 more layers to get to this, or I could just make a larger jump and then blend them back together. Let's grab some of our previous color, thin it way down to a glaze, right? Get it nice and thin. See. And then when we glaze this over top, kind of a thick, heavy glaze. See how intense it is. Jab and chainsaw. Again, there's my Italian, the extent of my Italian. Oh, and I know one more. Andiamo. That's about it. Howdy, partner. You mean like that? Howdy, partner. See, the important part of the partner. It's not partner with the hard T. Partner. Howdy, partner. You throw out a y'all? Hope y'all having a blessed day. Have a good day, man. I can go full on Southern American accent if you want. You want me to do that cowboy accent for the rest of the stream? Sound like a Marlboro man. Built Ford tough. The all-new Chevy Silverado. Achilles is not done. We're taking a break because this figure comes out next week. So we're doing a stream to promote this Kickstarter. That's a cue for you to link it. There, I linked it. So this Kickstarter comes out next week. So getting this guy done, and then we'll go back to Achilles. Achilles. All right. So we're getting there in terms of light. I want to keep him with like a deep brown skin tone, and I'll put one more true light up here. Really push the contrast on his skin. And then we can tone that back down again. Right. So really push the light. And now, so this is what I would consider like a sketch, right? If I want to do the lips, I'm going to skip more of the yellows, right? So instead of, well, not that yellow, but like the middle brown tones. So I'm going to go with these kind of colors. And this will give me a bit more of a natural skin tone to do the lips. I'm going to need some so it doesn't just feel pink, but hello, Drewy. Okay, so as it starts to like come back around to the side, this is when I want them to start to join together a little bit. Brandon the Painter, hello, welcome. Lots of new folks tonight. I haven't checked my social media, but I'm guessing Torbjorn shared it or something. All right, so I want to really create that kind of textured, cracked lips thing, right? This guy doesn't use chapstick, is what I'm saying. Well, I appreciate you watching the VODs. Okay. All right. Now, what do we do from here, right? There's still a lot of refinement and details to pick out, right? But at a sketch stage, I'm pretty happy with that. So from here, One, we can start to adjust the skin tonality in places. So actually, this is Citadel Wash. I know this might seem crazy, but it's got a Fuegan Orange. Has a great tone to it, and it works really well as a glaze, just to, like, if you don't use it as a wash and you just use it to glaze in color, right? So I'm not flooding the model. Like you would a typical wash. I'm using it as like a pre-formulated glaze to just add some warmth back into the skin where I want it. Restore some of that orange in the midtones. This will tone everything down a little bit, kind of smooth stuff out, and then we can go back and add lights back in again, but in a more, much more refined and controlled fashion to create the smaller details and really start to pick out really tiny volumes. You could also do this with the airbrush. Airbrushing to kind of smooth everything out works really well too. It's just make sure you use the right kind of airbrush. Like the wash is very transparent. Okay. Thanks. All right. Well, it's going to change a lot too as we, add more detail and everything, but it's very Hammer of Doomy. I'm not going to say that this is Dogram Hammer, but Hi, Robocop. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. I need to put some more water in my palette also. It's very dry here right now, so this thing is just absolutely... All right, I'm back. So, I want to take a second, just because I remember these. Hashtag ad, I guess, though they just send them to me. So, I got to try these out, the Redgrass clippers. These things are freaking game changers, dude. Like, where is another pair of clippers? So, see if I can zoom in so you can see this. So here's like a regular pair of clippers, right? You can see like the angle on them and like how how like steep the blade is, right? The bevel of the blade. And then like look how thin the bevel and clippers are on these guys. The bevel is like really tiny. I haven't tried them on resin. All I've tried them on is plastic. But here, let's clip something out real quick so you can see. So like, here's a regular, where can I clip well? So like here, right? Let's get like this kind of chunky clip. And then these, you can get like right up to it and it's just like, it doesn't even make a sound. It doesn't even have like any feeling to it. It just goes through it. Just like, boop, gone. And I'll do this other one. Right? It's like, you can feel it. It like crushes it. So you can see here where it like, the old clippers, like the regular clippers, like crush the sprue. And these are just like, I can run my fingernail across it and there's like barely anything there. And here it's like my fingernail gets stuck, right? And these just like almost glide across. Anyways, they sent them to me. I've been playing with them. They're fantastic. I thought I'd show them off. I haven't tried God Hands. No, that's too expensive. That shit's crazy. Those are Red Grass ones. The Red Grass Games clippers. They're pretty sweet. They're pretty fantastic. All right. So now we're going to move. And I only promote stuff that I would actually use. So I'm impressed with them. Good job, guys. Okay, now we want to start really picking out some of these little folds and wrinkles. Push the light like right up to the next volume. Okay, so like around his eye. And start thinking of each of these as there is a little small shape, right? Now, some of this might get a little too light. Okay, so just like with the sketch, I'm going to come back in and find some of the shape. I think there are areas where I need to reinforce some shadow. I don't want any of these, like, what do they call coffee stains, where my glaze left like a clearly defined line. right? You can really get into some of these little tiny volumes and start to create some really soft transitions on like I like to paint like almost like I'm painting the actual crevice, right? Because a lot of times what'll happen is with skin, and you see this on like bodybuilders and stuff, where the folds, like the inside, just like you do on abs, where you would like draw the highlight in the middle line of the abs, you can do the same thing on wrinkles, right? So sometimes the wrinkle will get a light inside it. Especially if it runs vertical. So like I can paint a line that joins those volumes together. It's interesting because we're both trying to soften the blend, like, right? We're trying to soften by blending, but also define at the same time. Hi, Hixie. How are you? Right. Then we have to find where on each little small volume that would catch the highlight, right? Before work, do you work nights, or is it are you in Australia or something? You did say morning, so I'm gonna assume you're in. Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm a regular fucking Batman. Excuse my language. Okay. So one of the tougher shapes on him is this transition point on his eyebrows, right? Because here you've got this very shallow curve in between his eyebrow, where it would be in shadow and then in light. And if I paint it too dark, then you don't get any of the like deep shadows from underneath. So we can add a little bounce light on the lower part of the brow, so that we then get that extremely deep shadow in the actual like eye socket. Right, because light is gonna bounce off of his cheeks and then add some light to his brows. Hello, Memory Gardens. Welcome. Okay, something like that, right? So it's not a ton of light, but it does help separate like the deep part of his eye socket with this upper part of his eyebrow. Now we can again do the little bit of glaze to help kind of unify that transition point. I always like to get a nice like light up in this area up here. So here's like an example of painting of highlighting the recess, right? It just adds a lot of definition around the nose. Okay. Now we can, I don't always like to connect this line all the way down the nasal fold here. Sometimes I just want a little like triangle shape. I find it can work better than doing the line like all the way down. Can create a bit more of a natural look to it. So let that little triangle right here, right? Instead of having it go all the way have some of these shapes bridge, right? Bridge the volumes a little bit. Now normally I would consider painting a cast shadow under the nose, but because his nose, the way it's shaped, wouldn't really cast a shadow, it's much too flat, right? Instead I'm going to have quite a bright highlight here, and then this is also going to connect down. Now I will add more subtle variation in those, but letting that connect all the way across gives him that very feral look. See you later, man. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. So right at these volumes, right, where you have this small little V shape, right? It's more like a U of his skull, that like skull ridge. And these little wrinkles on his forehead, you can connect some of those to that ridge like that, and it helps kind of join those two volumes while still having that clear line of definition that creates that shape. Right, so we're following the sculpt a bit, but then also trying to enhance the sculpt a little by adding even more subtle volumes where they're not sculpted. All right. Now let's grab a little of this guy. Get a very bright reflection point there on the nostrils. Right, we're trying to think about like where the light's coming, what direction the light's coming from, and what parts of these little folds would catch the extreme light. Borhammer. Borja? Is that you? Borja? Borja. Borja. I can't do it, man. ¿Qué tal, Leo? Right, so just gonna keep pushing the light with little highlights, and it's just this back and forth method of enhance the volumes, blend, enhance the volumes, blend. Thanks. We can give him a little bit of scarring. He's definitely got a big one on his eye. This is a pretty nasty one on his lip too, so when we go to introduce a bit more of the skin tone back in, we can add some red around some of the scars. Oh, I could. No one would recognize me without a beard. Especially if I cut my hair also. So, you can see when we zoom out, starts to come together a little bit. Really start to get some of that definition on his face. Oh, they definitely would. They'd recognize my miniatures over me. Okay, so a little more. A bit more of a skin tone kind of color here. We're going to have to fix that. That line got a little thick. All right, let's paint the eyes. So, I do not use pure white to do the whites of the eyes. I'll take this green gray. I'll mix just a tiniest amount of the red into it, just to warm it up slightly. Ojos. Los ojos. Hi, Tweed. Urgh. Okay, see how white it looks? It is very far from white. Like, this is gray. Right? The palette is white, light gray, not white. And you can see how extremely white it looks already. If I used pure white, it would look ridiculous. Okay, so really try and get that shape while still leaving that little bit of dark line around the eyelid. Well, RoboCop, if you'd like to get one of your own, it's going to be on Kickstarter next week. Okay, now a little bit of the red. I'm going to go just around the bottom of the eye. It's very subtle. Just get a little bit of red in the bottom of the eye the eyeball. Now I need some ivory. Okay, jeez. See, that's not white, and you can now see the difference in tone. Really, like, difference in value between that and that. I'm going to take just a little bit of the ivory, just to lighten this gray up slightly. And we'll use the pure ivory as the final dot. And then this, I want to paint in a bit of the center of the eye, just to round it a little bit. This step probably doesn't matter because I still have to paint the iris. But I like to do it anyways. Okay, now his eye color, I want to do yellow. So I'm going to take just a touch of this, these two. Actually, I'll grab this. Right. I'm going to end up painting the center of his eye yellow. I'm actually going to switch brushes for this. Something that can paint a slightly better circle. That brush is a little old. Am I? I don't know. Being careful to get that shape nice. Right, here we go. Now we want to go kind of dark with the iris so that when I do a very light color on the inside, that I get a nice like ring around the iris. Okay, now some proper yellow. So he's going to have bright yellow eyes. Now I want to paint just the lower. I'm going to paint a little U. See? Tiny little U shape. Leaving that border of the iris. And then back to the toxic yellow. And then this one, I want to place just a little dot inside that yellow at the very bottom of the iris. It's very similar to painting gems. Okay, now some black. You don't have to use pure black for this. You could use like even like a phthalo blue would work fine for something like this over top of that other color with a pure black, but I'm going to use pure black. There you go. Grr. And now with the pure ivory, I want to make sure I'm painting a very tiny dot. It probably doesn't make sense for this eye to even have a specular highlight in it, but I'm going to do it anyways, just because I like the look of it. His brow is probably too large to allow for a specular highlight, but it gives liveliness to the figure. It's also extremely tiny, so. All right, ta-da! And it's just that easy. Go out and paint all the eyes on your figures. You definitely won't mess it up once or twice. So this line, there's a line here. Feels a little bit dark to me, so I'm going to lighten this just a touch. Right? All right, now what? All right, where do we go from here? So, from here, we're going to grab, what is this? Salmon skin? Sure, why not? The Robert Carlson salmon skin. It's reddish. Doesn't really exact, like I said, the exact color isn't super important. It's actually quite orange when it thins out. What I want it for is to start to add some like coloring to the scars. We can also use this as a glaze on the nose and the, so we'll use this to glaze the nose. Right, start to add some of that color in there. Get that color variation. Cool. And we can add some of it around eye sockets also. Anywhere where there would be like high blood flow or thin skin, right? So we can put some in the cheeks. Just not in the forehead. All right, cool. All right, now what I want to take some of this guy. It's a little orange at the moment, so I'll mix it with a bit of the skin, my previous tone. And I want to define his lip here. Cool. So you see I'm doing these little vertical lines. Not all of them are crossing the entire lip. And then the top part, we want well defined to separate his teeth. Then this center section, we're going to slowly add more and more light to that to make it look kind of wet and shiny. It only takes a few dots of like a really bright tone to achieve that look, so be limited with the number of these kind of dots you do. Right. Cool. Okay. Those are kissable lips, baby. Mmm. Mmm. So, all right, one thing I can do, right? Now I can come back in with this guy. And since it's transparent, I can go like this. So from the corners of the fangs, and that's maybe a little too reddish. So I can add a little black. Right, where are the fangs? Here's another one. Start to put some shadows in there. Dude, I remember that fucking guy. Oh, it's for the male gaze. What? That was crazy. Now he's got Teefsy's drop shadows. His Toofuses. The thing I found really funny about that whole conversation, I'm not going to get too much into it, was like, I know people like Kat Martin who paint like the wildest like stuff. She's like, I enjoy these figures. She's like, I like sexy lady figures. What's wrong with that? No, I will say that I think there could be better representation of other subjects, but you know, we live in a capitalist society, and if a company makes a certain kind of subject matter, and that subject matter sells really well, can you really blame them for making more of that subject matter? Yeah, because it always comes down to the argument that one's a male power fantasy and not like these are sexy dudes. And then you see stuff like anything Mindworks produces that are like these skinny pretty boys with abs. You're like, okay, yeah, sure. Look at my rippling six-pack. Dude, one of the best figures ever made, in my opinion, is the Old Man Barbarian from Joaquin by that Black Sun made. I can never remember his name, but he's got I wouldn't call him quite dad bod, but yeah, breasts is like, you know, he's not shredded. He's got that kind of stretched old man skin though. All right, I'm feeling pretty good about where he's at right now in terms of like how the skin is going. Now I need to like smooth out quite a bit of the top of his head. And this is why I said that some of this stuff would be like much easier with an airbrush. I could quickly just like, and I might actually do that, just go like, and just like blend it out. But it looks pretty good from the side. Anytime you get like a big flat surface like this, can be much easier to just, you know, 2 quick spritzes with the airbrush and you're done, blended. All right, now let's work on the side here. So I don't want his cheeks to be so sunken that they have no shape to them whatsoever. Like I don't want them to be pure black. think Torbjorn did a pretty good job on that one he did for Squidmar also. There's the one he did for Squidmar that's like sitting in the hand throne. I think that one's pretty good for like not looking too young. Get a bit of that droopy skin. I'm saying we need more models with droopy skin. And I'm just going to give him like some random scars, little scratches and scars. Some of these are sculpted on. Some of them are real subtle. And then I can kind of add my own here and there. Yeah, he's, you know, dude's a little messed up, you know? He's been fighting a while. What am I, like, what did that just remind me of? Is there some story? Oh, I must be thinking of Hellboy. I feel like I was thinking of some orc that, like, file down their teeth, but then they grow back. But it's Hellboy, right? Hellboy's horns. He has to, like, constantly file down his horns because they grow back. Am I crazy? I've never watched Critical Role, but okay, so it is Hellboy. He files his horns. What do you guys think so far, huh? Is it looking properly orky? Zug zug. Loktarugar. Works best race. I'm just saying it. Oh, yeah, there's always the VODs. Though I appreciate having you here in Shan. Yeesh, boo. All right, chat. Let's get some interaction. What's your guys' favorite fantasy race? It could be anything. Doesn't have to be D&D or Tolkien. It can be like cat people or whatever. I don't care. It's not impossible. I just did it. Orcs are the best. Good, Danny. How are you? ¿Qué piensas? Gracias. Me flippe en 4K? Minotaurs are pretty cool. Minotaur's a good choice. Gracias. Danny, ¿qué es tu species? ¿Cómo se dice? to English. What is species? Especies. ¿Qué es tu favorito especies fantasio? Don't know. I probably didn't word that right. Hi, Don Pelayo. Yeah. What's your favorite fantasy race? Elves, dwarves, orcs, enanos, elfos, orcos. So, Shadowrun had orcs. The correct choice. Languidos languiluches? Languidos languiluches? That's a weird... I've never heard that word before. You can kickstart that mini next Tuesday from there. And some other cool ones, such as a lady that is good for practicing non-metallic. I don't trust anyone whose favorite fantasy race is elves. Talking to you, Andy Wardle. You know, Dan, for a guy who his name is based on an elf or an elf city, I don't remember, and seems to like elves. I don't see you paint a lot of elves. So I'm not sure you like elves as much as you say you do. Professor Honeydew, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. I'm just saying, man. I've seen you paint hobbits. I've seen you paint quite a few barbarians. How much time to finish this skin? Do you think it's finished right now? If you think it's finished right now, then it has been 2 hours and 24 minutes. I started this figure at the start of the stream. So young.
What are you doing? Work, work. What do you want?
Orc peon, dude. We'll always remember those voice lines. Yeah. Let me see if I can do that one.
Work complete. Skin complete.
All right, I'm going to smoke. When I come back, we'll work on the beard. We'll work on the beard. let's paint La Barba. So I don't mess with sounds and stuff too much, but I might do it. Maybe. We'll see. Meal no. Su barba. So we're going for not a black, but like a very dark brown. So we're going to use black to start and then build up from there. Hello. Oh, Professor Honeydew. Thanks for following. And Vic Vega. Missed you. Must have been outside. So he's got a little bit of his skin showing right here. So we're just going to... because we're going to cover a lot of it with the hair anyways. It's going to grow onto the chin. Right? I'm just going to get a little bit of skin tone right there. Okay. So we need more black for one. And we want to do a dark brown, so we're going to use some of the brown we've used. Right? Some of this guy. We can use some of this too. Some of the black. A little bit of this guy. We'll continue to lighten it with that. See, that's the kind of dark brown I want. Artist Opus. This is a Da Vinci that I just have, but I'm waiting on some new Artist Opus right now. My only really good one at the moment is a size 6. I've completely... the 2's not bad at the moment, but you can look at the difference in color. You can see which one I've used a little more. Okay, so again, painting any kind of hair, right? Big tufts, then little. No, they're the same. Look. Okay. Same. It's just been used a lot. If your brushes don't look like that, you don't paint enough. To be honest, I think it's probably nicotine stains. All right, so we want some of this hair to come up here. We're gonna freehand a bit of the beard to have it come a little higher up on the chin. Give him a little bit of chops. Adios. Buenas noches. All right, see, so I'm going to follow the direction of the hair. I'm not, and I've talked about this a ton of times. We're going to go over it again. I'm following the direction the hair is flowing. I'm letting some brush strokes overlap into different sections of the hair. All right, this is the part here that I see people mess up the most with any kind of hair. They leave a dark line that separates the hair from the skin. You don't want to leave that dark line, okay? You want to make sure that the lighter hairs cross over into the skin, right? Look at my beard, right? Where does the beard start, right? Where do the hairs actually start? Here, I'll switch cameras real quick, huh? Where does the beard start, right? There's not a dark line that like separates my beard from my face, right? The hairs become more scattered as it gets higher up and they're lighter. Now I have a very light beard in general. But right? So it comes like this, right? You don't have a dark line. So you want to make sure that the line that separates the hair from the skin is on the lighter side. What do you mean, why is the face not finished? What do you mean? What are you trying to say? The skin could be considered finished. Well, that's up to however much you want to refine, right? I could call it done. I could call the skin done. I tend to work. I would probably say that the skin is like 90% done. There's always room to like go back after you paint the other elements and make adjustments. But right now I'd say the skin is pretty much finished. I'm gonna grab some of this yellow. So a little more of this guy and some of this yellow to lighten this up. See, so we get like a nice kind of grayish yellow tone. See some of these like this, these brush strokes that cross over each other. That's what's going to help create a more like natural texture. That is correct, Vic. Perfect is the enemy of done. It's up to each person how far they want to push every element, right? Okay, now I'm going to grab just a touch of black, and I'm going to glaze some black into the shadows. I'm going to grab just a little bit of the red also. Restore some of that reddish tone. Make the hair look a little more brownish. What color is the first? I mean, black and everything's just a mix of royal brown, kind of yellow ochre, black, and like a light gray to lighten it, and also some yellow. So everything's within these colors, just much more desaturated. All right, now we can do some final lights with this guy. And there we go. Do I do online classes? I do private coaching. Could have joined the Discord. I don't know how much time I'll have in the next couple months, but all right, beard. Okay, so now the next big thing to do is his teeth. So any fangs and then jewelry, right? We haven't really done much to the back, but who cares? All right, so teeth. Yes, the beard is finished. I want a little more brown. So I'm going to grab just a touch of this guy. There we go. Urgh. Okay. Let's do this too while we're thinking about it. Okay, base coat all the teeth. Yeah. Oops, touched some stuff. That's all right. All right, I'm going to flip them over just because it's easier to paint the lines this way. When you go back to the mixes on top, is it like thick and goopy and your brush is just wet first, or is it still pretty workable? No, it stays pretty workable. I miss some teeth parts at the bottom. Let's grab some in a dark tone here just to get the bottom of that tooth. What colors are you planning for the beard? The beard's done, dude. The beard is painted. He has like a dark brownish black beard. Gray, I don't know, some shade of grayish. Just not your typical like Superman blue black, right? Torbjorn being a smart ass. When are you gonna finish this sculpt, Torbjorn? Goobertown Hobbies, hello. You gotta finish this sculpt, dude. He's literally missing his entire body. What's my next con? My next convention is Nova Open. Cool, man. Thanks. Appreciate it. Nova's great. Nova's an awesome convention. I quite enjoy it. It doesn't hurt that it's also like a 3-hour drive from my house. And I feel like all of the other ones are in the Midwest and they're like 12-hour drives. Right, so similar to the hair, I just paint these thin lines, slowly building up the light and the texture. Until we have realistic looking teeth. Teeth. Yep, next for me is the Nova Open. And then after that is SMC. Yeah, I would say it's pretty decent sized. It's not like massive, but it's pretty big. One of the bigger ones in the US, I would say. Maybe only ReaperCon gets more entries. And then it's and they're the same weekend. I wish they weren't, honestly. But what are you gonna do? I'm not the event scheduler. No, man, I don't paint with... Well, I was about to say I don't paint with any GW paints, but I used some Fuegan Orange earlier, so... But no, I don't really use any Citadel paints. They're too glossy. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know too many professionals that do. It was the main reason I didn't like Vallejo game color also, was that it was way too glossy, but now they have the new one out and it's significantly better. I still think their washes are good. I don't use them a lot, and I probably don't use them. I definitely don't use them the way like they intend you to use them, but they still have their uses. The contrast paints are nice, but they are also a bit too shiny. The Express color from Vallejo does like the same thing, right? These are like the same as contrast paints, but they're not shiny. Like they're not as glossy as the contrast. Kenny BR Twitch, hello, welcome. All right, so his teeth are done. His teeth, not the big teeth. I want to put one more little highlight. I want one more little super bright highlight on just right here. It's a subtle thing, but I see it. Hi, Kenny. Oh, what we got? We got basically just his teeth, or the necklace teeth. I'm gonna get a little more of this brown. A little more brown. There we go. Thanks, Roosters. Oh, my back. My back, you guys. Yeah. I did a lot of illustration when I was not so much painting, but a lot of illustration. I did do some watercolor, gouache. Even some acrylic. Never really messed with oils that much. Maybe someday. It's finding the time, right? Done some digital painting. I'd like to do more backdrops on figures. It's just finding the opportunity, and I don't think they work great on every figure. I think I needs to like anything. I think it needs to add to the figure and not like detract from the figure. I don't think they're always the right choice, but I'd enjoy doing some more. There's some techniques in painting, illustration that I wish would translate over to 3D. I'm going to attempt to do it on a piece coming up. But like atmospheric diffusion is one. Actually, I have 2 models that I have to paint backdrops on. No, they won't be on stream. Sorry. If you don't know what atmospheric diffusion is, that's basically like the when you like look at a mountain range, it's why the mountains look like kind of faded out in the distance. And it's a common technique to like gray and soften things in the like middle distance in an illustration to like push them further into the background. And though miniature painting is 3-dimensional, we're often limited by how far we can have something in the distance. Like, they're still relatively flat, right? I mean, at most, like, your diorama is going to be like 8 inches deep, like that, and that would be a big diorama. So, like, trying to push things into the Trent doesn't make dioramas. Trent makes something else. Yeah, they're miniature installations. Yeah, that's one I'd like to try and figure out how to do in miniature. One of the big problems with it is you're often, if you're trying to paint it on the figure directly, you're often fighting with the natural light. So what happens with atmospheric diffusion is that shadows become more desaturated and lighter. Like you lose the blacks, right? Things start to like mix with the sky, and the blacks start to become kind of blue. That's why if you we'll just look at like any trees off in the far distance, you'll see that all the shadows turn kind of bluish. It's figuring out how to fight that natural shadows to get lighter shadow tones. It's going to be an experiment. Now you could definitely do it on backdrops. It's just how do you implement it on the figure itself? Well, the one nice thing about one of the nice thing about backdrops and trying to do that sort of effect is that you're limiting the viewing angle, right? So you kind of turn the figure into like a 2.5D figure, 2.5D. It's not quite a flat, right? A flat is like straight up, just almost flat figure. To me, they're like coloring books. I'll say this about the figure I'm going to work on later this year. It is a 3-dimensional figure that part of the figure merges with the backdrop. All right, getting close. We're getting there. Positively crafty. Hello. Thanks for following. And thanks, Rooster. That's kind of what I was talking about with that, like, smooth from a distance, well defined, right? You gotta have it's that both. Striking that balance. Now, female face is a little different. You really just kind of want it smooth. Unless it's an old lady, but it's very easy to make a female figure look like an old lady if you define the features too much. Positively Crafty rating. Hello. Howdy. What were you doing? Welcome in, everyone.
We're being attacked. Zug zug.
Yep, that's my voice. That's what I sound like.
What you want?
Yeah. That's the Warcraft 2 orc voice. Guys didn't know I was the voice actor for the orcs in Warcraft 2. I was like 10 when it came out, but
What are you doing?
it is a very Yoda-esque voice now that you mention it. It's very close to the. It's deeper than Yoda's voice, but it's got that same like kind of sound in the back of the throat. Resden Carmore. Hello. All right, what voice line you got now for me?
Work complete.
Not yet. definitely aging myself talking about Warcraft 2. What are the spheres going to be? Maybe just wood? I don't know. We'll stick with the brown theme and just do wood, I guess. Don't really want to go too far outside that color. Because basically anything I do them now that's like outside the color range that we're already in is going to stand out like crazy. I was there 3,000 years ago, Gandalf. Oh yeah, dude, I played some Diablo 2. I had Diablo 1 also, yeah. Diablo 1 wasn't that great, to be honest. That's the one where you could only play as like a fighter and a wizard, right? It was just those two. There was an Amazon too also, right? There was some kind of bow user. It's been a long time since I played Diablo 1. It's like a rogue, yeah. Because isn't there a rogue in Diablo 4? So then this is the first time they've brought back the rogue. Because Diablo 2 was the Amazon. Diablo 3 was Demon. And Diablo 2 also had the Assassin. And then Diablo 3 had the Demon Hunter.
Oh, fresh meat.
Dude, has anyone played Diablo 4 or Final Fantasy 16? I don't know the character's name in Diablo 4. I think he's like one of the angels or something. He's like the new Deckard Cain. But the guy who does his voice, and he also does the voice of Sid in FF16, has like the craziest voice. He was one of the he was one of Theon Greyjoy's people in Game of Thrones. The what are they? The Iron Isles. I can't remember anyways, the Greyjoys. He has like the crazy deepest, like gravelly voice. No, it's not the guy from 300. Hello, Giz. Oh, I'm not saying that. I got it. I'm going with Giz. Is that his name? Ralph Ineson? Yeah, he's crazy, man. I feel like I'm decent at, like, impersonating voices. Specifically, like, it's harder for me to do, like, someone's voice and make up what I'm saying, but, like, to impersonate a voice line, I feel like I can do it okay. I don't think I can, like, emulate that guy's voice. Thanks, Giz. All right. Getting close. Let's do one more on the teeth. I never really played Command and Conquer. Honestly, I don't really like RTS games. I like isometric, you know, like I like Diablo. I like League of Legends. I liked Dota. The Warcraft 3 mod. But I like playing the campaign in Warcraft. But I'm not very good at what is that, macro? Like macro management, like managing multiple groups of guys all at the same time. I'm much more of a micro player, like controlling just my character. It's pretty bad. Well, we're gonna jump to them in just a minute, but they're gonna be wood. Actually, I'm gonna go smoke. I want to finish the figure on stream tonight, and there's really not much left to do. It's just like the beads, the little rope holding the teeth on, and then his couple pieces of jewelry. So I want to finish them on stream. So I'm gonna take a quick smoke break, and then we'll do the beads. Try and finish them up. All right. So, wood. Now we don't want to use quite the same brown that we used in the skin, just to avoid too much color similarity between the skin and the beads, because we need to create some contrast between the two. We use a more neutral brown here. I'm going to show you a very easy way to make a wood effect. Now, one thing I'll say is it's good to have a reference. So, wooden bead. We want a large one. Wait, let me just... All right, let me find a good picture of a wood ball that's not made of like a bunch of other ones. Copy image. There we go. Right, so something like this. You can see that it runs around it in a circle, like little, like rings. That's because the wood grain runs in one direction. Okay. Let's just paint this strap while I'm looking at it. All right. So to paint that grain effect, I'm going to go back to the yellow ochre. And I got to think about which way I want the grain to run. And I'm going to vary it on each one. Right? So I want to make sure I get this nice and fluid so I can paint straight lines. And I'll have each one kind of running in a slightly different orientation. Okay, so that one runs that way. And maybe this one runs more this direction. Baden Dragon? Hello. Yeah, I mean, you could do like, yes, I could definitely see jade. Like some kind of jewel seemed to be like the obvious choice, but it kind of reminded me of like the beads on what is it, Akuma, you know, the Street Fighter character wears. There's like large wooden beads. And this one, we'll get a little fancy and we'll paint a bunch of circles. They don't have to be perfectly concentric. Because because the next step is going to be to put like an ink over top of them to add some shadows back in. Because right now they're very flat. And then this one we'll do this way. And the last one, we'll just have it run vertical. Nice thing about this is I don't have to paint like perfectly even lines because the grain grows a bit different, right? So it's not always going to be just like a perfectly thin line all the way across. It's got some variation to it. And then try and get down in here. All right, cool. So now I'm going to take just a little bit of this. I'm gonna mix a touch of the sand also. And I want this in like a glaze. And I want like the top. I want to create a bit of highlight on each one. Because we want them to look polished, right? So placing a bit of highlight on the same spot on each one. And we'll put one more highlight in the center of that. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Okay, see, so that makes them appear a little polished. And then the fun step of find the color, find the bottle of paint. Where'd it go? The conveniently named wood grain. How about that? This is basically just like a really dark brownish red ink. It's not quite as satin or glossy as an ink. And we're gonna thin that out a little thicker than a glaze, kind of like a wash. We're going to filter that over top into the shadows, trying to kind of avoid basically paint it everywhere where we didn't put the light. Or you place it over everything, but sort of pull it away from the light. Okay, you can see how it starts to kind of unify. Wood grain. It's like putting a stain over, right? Literally like putting a stain over top of wood. Wipe it away a little bit. All right. Now I'll do one more layer a bit thicker on just the bottom. Just to give some more shape. And because of the texture, don't have to be super accurate, like blending it or anything. It's very translucent as is. Even when applied pretty thick. All right, like that. And then the last step, I'm going to grab a little bit of that guy mixed in with my yellow ochre. Done. All right, easy. Wood. Okay, last two things. Actually, I'm just going to take some of this wood grain, just use it like a wash on the ropes real fast. Yes, jade would have been a lot because of the relatively limited color palette that we have. Any kind of color outside this color range would have just like stood out like crazy, right? Sorry, that's hard to see. I'm just trying to get down in there. Okay. Let's quickly that's going to be too yellow for me. Take some of this. That's better. Yeah, I mean, I would say his beard is kind of black, right? It's like a grayish, maybe even less color to it. All right, now gold, right? So black, this red, which is kind of dried up some. Let's get it. Okay, I'm gonna grab some of the salmon, a bit more of the actual red. pirates aren't really my thing. I do like, probably the only pirate mini that I've really liked is the Patrick Jones one that Mark did the box art for, of the one like holding the mermaid. I like that one. It's okay. I actually did paint the pirate girl from Songs of War in a workshop. It's a pretty cool model. I don't remember her name, but the bust. It's not a big pirate person. What is that? Raffo 3D, hello. Hola. ¿Qué tal? Thanks. I've had a bit of practice. So this is probably the worst part of the whole figure right here, is right where this little ring goes through his teeth. That is like the most difficult piece to paint on the whole figure. Okay, before we put final highlights, Let's just soften this a bit. I don't mind kind of distinct edges or like transition points on metallic like that, because it's like the shiny, more polished a metallic, the sharper your what's called are going to be. Actually, let's put bright reflection right next to the tooth. Same with on these. I'm going to take some of this, and then on the side here, we want to simulate it reflecting the tooth on the side. Put a stronger reflection like that. Because the tooth is light, the reflection of the tooth is going to be light. There we go. Now zoom out a little bit, take stock, anything that I don't like. The only thing that seems to be bothering me right now is this part of this tooth doesn't quite look bright enough. I want a sharper reflection kind of right there. But yeah, there you go. One orc man. Hope that was enjoyable to watch. Again, if you want to pick up the figure next Tuesday, Kickstarter, bunch of academic stuff, should be quite enjoyable. I enjoy painting these. I painted this in about 4.5 hours. You can, finish a model in a night is fantastic, right? So, anyways, next week we're gonna try and finish up Achilles. And then the week after I'll be starting on my Primarch model. Oh, sorry, Tori, and I relinked the wood bowl. Thought it was still on my clipboard. Anyways, yeah, I'll be starting on the Primarch. Horse Heresy Primarch for the Nova Open charity. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed. If you missed any part of it, it'll be on YouTube tomorrow. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. Let's see who we can raid.